Okay, everybody. Thanks for joining us for this one day session. And we are going to continue what we were doing on the retreat spa weekend at the end of May. And we're going to do a little bit deeper on the 7 perceptions. Now, these could stand on their own. We'll be talking about them a little bit, but basically all the oils that you're using from that weekend could work for this weekend. Yeah. So the 7 perceptions are tied to the mystical process, shifting from lower perceptions up into higher perceptions. As you shift up into the higher perceptions, your physiology changes, your emotional, mental bodies change, and you deepen a connection to the higher soul. You shift out of processing things from the senses and you start tapping into the intuitive mind. Now, when we're in one of the perceptions, it affects all the energy centers. And then we shift maybe into the next perception, it still affects all the energy centers. So this is not necessarily something that's based on chakras. It's like looking at things with a microscope, with your eyes, with a magnifying glass, with glasses, with binoculars, and then eventually maybe a telescope. And so it's just different perceptions, you're in the same place, but different perceptions. If you look through the microscope and then you look through a magnifying glass, very different perception. If you look through a set of binoculars, you're going to have an even different perception. And so this is what this is tied to. It's kind of in a way a little bit harder to talk about. I mean, we can talk about it, but the best experience is just having the experience. And so when you start to have the experience, you kind of start to gain a little bit more understanding, and it starts to be easier to tap into it. It's not going to be perceived by the logical, everyday, concrete thinking mind, and so, or the instinctive mind for that matter. And so these have to do with at first like emotional patterns, and then eventually some mental patterns. I don't know that we're going to get to the mental patterns today. We'll try, but the emotional patterns, there's 5 of them. So we'll see how we do. So with that, let's talk about the first aspect. This is tied to perception number 1. And even within the perception, there's different aspects. There's difficulties, there's tendencies that can come out of it once it's been refined or even spiritualized is a good way of saying it. Spirited maybe is an even better way, but we'll say spiritualized for now, right? And so when we go through and we look at this, we're shifting out of negative tendencies or just ordinary tendencies is an even better way of saying it. And we're moving to something where we turn it into a virtue. When it's just ordinary, it's usually driven by the lower nature or external influences. And, depending on the influences, it can drive us to be really intense in the perception or just so-so. But we want to develop the virtue of each of the perceptions, not just one in particular. I heard something the other day, I think it ties to this, and it would tie to clairvoyance is, like when we're working on something like this, we think of it as like a flower to pluck, but it's a lot more like a mountain that we have to climb. It's a lot of effort that's just consistent. It's not like a one thing is just going to boom shift it. It's constant effort, and it's a lot of little movements. You know, same with clairvoyance. Same for a spiritual practice. It's a lot of little movements. Okay, so with this, we're going to be tackling the first perception. And you could say, like, in a way, the negative aspect here is getting really entangled in the material world. And the issue is that being tangled up in the material world, the material world also has kind of an emanation itself. And so, a good example is somebody who's constantly striving for possessions is starting to be possessed by the possessions. They end up affecting that person very, very drastically. So it's just tied up in the world of sensory information. And the positive aspect that comes from working this is starting to differentiate between essence and form. Not just intellectually, but like when you're pulling something from the unconscious, you're not having to really think about it. You're constantly, usually identifying more with the form than the essence. Then, as we begin to work and do our practice, we get flashes of what the essence is. When you work this quite intensely, it starts to be very clear. This is form, this is essence. It's just there in your mind. So let's have you do this. Think of a few situations. They don't have to be good or bad. You just think of situations that you're in. Things from the past, things that are going on right now, things you're trying to do. Just think about them for a couple minutes before we do this practice. Just notice your perceptions. Don't think so much about what you need to do. Just make some observations. Okay, so we're going to do the practice now. Again, the goal is to start to recognize the difference between soul energy and form, or essence and form. Another way of saying it would be spirit and matter. Single oils, ginger lily, melissa, Cape snowbush, which probably a lot of you have. Let's see, cubeba, blue tansy, anula, or the blend mystic. If you don't have one of those, let us know. Pretty good. Okay. So just be still. Begin to inhale. You're not thinking about anything. You're not visualizing anything. You're just doing this practice. Your awareness is on your back heart, or excuse me, your heart, your center of your chest. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your front heart, the center of your chest. Keep inhaling. Your awareness is on the front heart. Move your awareness to the back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. And crown. Your awareness is on the top of your head. Keep your awareness on the crown. Long, slow, deep breath. Move your awareness to the solar plexus, below the ribs, on the front side. Move your awareness to the back solar plexus. You're still on the back solar plexus. Move your awareness to the throat. Go to your back throat, the middle, the back of your neck. Move your awareness to the back head. Keep inhaling with your awareness on the back head. Move your awareness to the area between the eyebrows. Keep your awareness on your ajna, the area between your eyebrows. Move your awareness to the bottom of the tailbone, the basic chakra. Just be still, be aware. Just keep your eyes closed. Just be still. going to do this one again. So your same oil. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your heart. Move your awareness to the back heart. Move your awareness to the crown. Your awareness to the solar, the area below your ribs on the front side. Your back solar. Move your awareness to the back solar plexus, the mid-back area. Your throat. Your awareness is on your throat. Move your awareness to the back throat, the middle of the back of your neck. Your back head. Your awareness is on your back head, opposite your eyebrows on the back side. Move your awareness to the area between the eyebrows, the ajna. Move your awareness to the bottom of the tailbone, the basic chakra. Just be still, be aware, just completely let go. Keep your eyes closed and just let go. Maintain your stillness and awareness. We'll be using the same oil for another application. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is between your eyebrows. Move your awareness down to the spleen on the left-hand side below the ribs. Move your awareness to the back side directly corresponding to that front area. So your back spleen, which is just the back side of where you're at right now. Move your awareness to the heart, center of your chest. Move your awareness to the back heart, the area between your shoulder blades. Your Ming Men, your low back area opposite the navel. Go to your solar plexus, the area below your ribs on the front side. Your awareness is on your solar plexus. Move your awareness to the back solar plexus. Move your awareness down to the sex chakra, where the sex organs are. Awareness is on your navel. Just be still, be aware, just completely let go. Just be still. Notice your thoughts, your emotions, your body. We're going to do just one more cycle. Same oil. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is between your eyebrows. down to your spleen on the left-hand side below the ribs. The back spleen, round to the back area, opposite where you were just at. Your heart, the center of your chest. Your back heart, between your shoulder blades. Your Mingmen, which is your low back, opposite your navel. Your front solar plexus, below the ribs.
your back solar plexus, your mid back area. Your awareness is on your back solar plexus, your mid back area. The sex chakra, where the sex organs are. Your awareness is on the sex chakra. Your navel. Just be still, be aware, just let go of everything, just be still. Just let it incubate.
Now gently reflect on the things that you did at the start of the session. The things that are going on in your lives. What do you notice? How are you feeling? Go ahead and unmute or type in. How is everybody?
Thank you, not everyone.
Yeah, they're pretty intense. How about we'll give everybody, oh,
Hi. Hi,
Hey.
Greg. Hi, Sam. Hi, everyone.
how are you?
I'm good. I'm good. I love being here today. Thank you. My experience was really interesting. I found the upper chakras, being in the heart and the crown, was really lovely and just sweet and beautiful and free flowing.
Mhm.
And then moving the energy down was like, are you kidding me? I don't want to go down there. You
Right.
know?
No.
But today I was able to not really get caught up into the battle of that, but sort of observe it and be detached and even try to be loving about it, you know? So that was interesting. And I really feel like I resist some of in these patterns, the up and down, you know? But
Right.
I have a sense it's really good for me to do that,
Yeah.
but I'm kind of like, ooh, okay. I'm trusting in the process here. So that's what I got out of it. Thank you.
When you reflected on the things going on in your lives, did you notice anything?
Yeah, it was really different. I wasn't, I guess I noticed some of the things I have trouble with were so heavy. I could feel the sort of physicality of them and how not having the spiritual energy in there makes them more challenging, you know. It's like making my life harder without that.
Yeah, like if I could give like I don't know. This is one that it's really hard. It's better when you have the experiences to talk about it than to talk about it and then have the experience, you know. But like I'll use like when I would go into the corporate setting, you know, every time I didn't have background in the field that they're asking me to help in, you know. So sometimes at first they'd go, well, help us with a strategy, help us with understanding what's happening, help us with this, help us with that. And a lot of times what they were wanting was for me to help them do what they saw through their sensory mind, right? And, you know, I would go in and I'd look at things and everything, but the reason I got so much work in that area is I got a bit of a reputation of shifting and moving things very, very quickly. And, you know, those kind of people a lot of times thought it was because of logic. You know, it wasn't. It was, you know, I would go and evaluate who were particular problems and, you know, I do a little bit of just some disentangling a little bit, but what I would do is I would just bring in essence and light into the situation, which propels the the creative processes. You know, it basically is stimulating like higher creativity and everything. And things would just start popping loose and shifting and changing, and things that had been stagnant for, you know, years and sometimes decades would start moving and shifting. And they'd go, how did you know to do that? And I was like, I just threw a bunch of light at it. That's all I did. Like, I didn't know exactly what was going to happen, but I knew something would happen. And it is that thing where when we're talking about the things that we think and we know, we're usually talking about the form. And like the form is like, you use those words beautifully. It feels so heavy, like it's very, very heavy because there's no essence in it. You know, or there's essence, but it's not like other things that have essence, right? And so when we start to see like, oh, there's heaviness, like, you know, even the simple act of like blessing or just engaging, you know, the light in the situation helps it to evolve. And it might not be something that's where we thought it was going to go. It definitely is not in our control, but it's evolutionary in process. And that's really what we're shooting for with this, is you're seeing the difference between essence and form, or spirit and matter, or soul and form, however you want to say it, light and form. But with the sensory mind, we get so stuck on the form. I mean, I'm aware of this. I just caught myself doing it this week. You know, it's like, ugh, after all these years, really? You know, but at least I caught it. You know, where before I would have never caught it. And you know, things look really two-dimensional until the essence starts passing through, and then all of a sudden it becomes kind of three-dimensional, and you see movement and shifting. And so one of the easiest ways to start producing movement is something that we've been doing for a while, is, you know, you hold that situation in the heart. You can even do the materialization breath. And sometimes you don't even know what's going to happen, but you're shifting it from form to essence when you do that. And so if you have some areas where there's like a denseness or a heaviness and you don't even know what to do, that's okay. You know, every time in the corporate situation, I had no idea what to do. Every once in a while I had an idea, but even then it wasn't super clear. But, you know, in our personal lives, we usually have some outcome that we're shooting for. But I'd say just hold it in the heart and let the light come in, and, you know, the light will change the form. The light will shift whatever it is. So I would say for you, those dense areas, their days are numbered.
Huh. Excellent. Thank you.
Yeah.
Quick question.
Hey,
How
How
are
are you?
you?
good, Zakia.
So when you were explaining about the experience in the corporate setting, did
Mhm.
you shift the energy having them do sustained inhalations, or you did pranic
No.
healing, or?
Or Jay. That was it.
Okay.
Well,
So
sorry, but Dorothy.
so for us lay people.
And when I did that, I did it with no agenda for a particular outcome. I was like, we're just bringing light in. We'll see what gets uncovered in the shadows.
Bringing light in from your point, from who you are, what does that mean to us? If we're in a situation where we want to alter something, the energy.
Well, easiest way is hold it in your heart.
Okay, but we're
Yeah.
not having someone else smell oils or stuff like that.
If you can, but like in those settings, there was no way that was going to go down. If I go to my family and I say, hey, smell this oil, they'll like, really? You know, so there's a lot of situations where it's not the case.
Okay.
You know, there was times where I was inhaling oils while doing the process, but I mean, I
Right.
was usually doing the process by myself. It wasn't like there was a group of people with me.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
I would just evaluate the situation and I would just start, blessing and energizing those particular areas with my Dorje. And
So we're working on our own energy to change an environment of people around us or a situation or whatever.
you work on yourself, it will shift and change. But in
Okay.
those settings, it wasn't anything that had to do with me.
Okay.
It was situations that they were bringing me in for. Like if a corporate situation is bringing me in, it's usually the last result. There was usually some horrible problem that they were trying to address.
Okay.
And so, I'd come in and I'd just say, hey, no promises, I can't say a predictable outcome. But
Right.
I'll move things.
Okay, thank you.
Usually at that point, they were so desperate, they would say yes.
Thanks.
Some people shared, aside from dropping my oil bottle in the first cycle of the
Yeah.
protocol, the
Yeah.
thoughts are not very solid anymore. They're
Yeah.
like a blur, hazy.
So that's a beautiful way of saying that there's more essence and less form. Your mind's not attached to the form. Repeated thoughts or hard ideas, concepts, these are all forms. You could say forms or you could say structures.
Monkey mind.
Yeah.
I found myself deeply into each center with no thought,
Yeah.
just complete absorption. The aroma of the ginger lily alone makes me smile
Oh yeah, no joke.
to being with, and I'm feeling beautiful.
Yeah, no joke.
Could hardly keep up with the centers.
Yeah.
Feeling very hot and sleepy now.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Peggy. Go ahead.
I had a hard time getting out of my business mind because there's
Mhm.
been some business stuff going on this week. And I realized that, but toward the end, I got really relaxed. So this is what I needed for sure.
Good.
NW Gmail, did you need to unmute? I'll mute you, but if you do want to unmute at any time, feel free. Is there a class that Greg can teach us how to use the Dorje?
Yeah, right now, like when somebody gets like I call them serious Dorjes, there's strong Dorjes, but then there's just the ones that are kind of touristy kind of Dorjes. I usually give people instructions one-on-one based on where they're at or their practice, but we are going to do a class on Dorjes, Purbas, bowls, and tonkas. I'm not sure when, but it probably will be in the next few months. Yeah.
Someone wrote constructs, question mark.
Yeah, you could call it constructs, structures, form, constructs, sure. Yeah, the Dorjes are like a whole nother level.
Yeah, that's
Hi, can I?
Mhm.
Hey, it's Tracy. I'm so glad to be here.
Tracy from Birmingham.
Yeah.
I haven't done that joke in a really long time. I don't know that it's really a joke, but
Oh, I'm very glad to be here. I missed the first few minutes, but yay, thank you. Happy
You're so
birthday.
welcome. How are you feeling? How did that treat you?
You know, I'm feeling very relaxed. I don't really have anything major going on.
Yeah,
I
good.
can finally say that. And
Yeah, that was a long journey for you.
I know it feels really good.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not, I know that things will come, but right now I'm just enjoying being just married and working and, you know, looking forward to your visit.
Yeah, a couple weeks.
I know. Glad to be here.
Tell Brian hi.
I will. If he turns around from his gaming, he's playing a game right now. His Saturday morning routine.
Yeah. Boys will be boys.
Yes.
So let's take a bit of a break, and we'll come back at a quarter till the hour. So we'll give you guys a little bit of a break, and then we'll do the next one. Hey, come on back, you guys. Okay, we're going to go to the next segment. Keep in mind, these are about emotional patterns. And so the oil that we're going to be using is, I'm going to give you a list: rose, any form of rose, palmarosa, geranium, any form of geranium, frankincense, again, any form, tuberose, or the blend Sharanagati. We haven't sold very much of that, so I doubt there are a lot of you have that. Now, if you look at it from an evolutionary point of view, you know, you're kind of freeing yourself up from kind of like a materialistic kind of thinking. And we all have it to some degree, but we just, you know, diminish it and eventually disentangle from it. Then next is the aspect and perception too of sentiment, And so this one's a little bit harder to disentangle from. You know, it could be a sense of duty, responsibility, how we affect other people. Even if we're doing some sort of service work, kind of the motivations behind the service work. And that really is tied to how we perceive love. And in a way, concept of love. You know, we're striving to be loving regardless of the reaction from the other person. But for a long time, our love is based on the reaction of other people. But if we're thinking of spiritual love, it's flowing no matter what. Right? And so kind of breaking the bonds. It's kind of like to love and the need to be loved or to have it reciprocated. There's kind of nothing wrong with it, but at the same time, we're talking about trying to cultivate spiritual love. And spiritual love, most times, is not going to be reciprocated. And so, you know, it's not that we're doing bad things, it's just that we could be doing better things. Okay, so with that, take one of the oils that we said. Does everybody have something?
Yeah, I think so. Conductivity is different from sure noctivity.
Yeah, not the same. Okay, so begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your throat. Your awareness is on your throat. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness to the throat minor, the bottom of the throat, that little notch between the two collarbones. Move your awareness to the jaws, the jaw minors. Move your awareness to the front heart. Move your awareness down to the solar plexus, the front solar plexus below the ribs. Your navel. The bottom of your tailbone, the basic chakra. The area between your eyebrows, the ajna. And then your spleen, the left-hand side below the ribs. Just be still, be aware. Just be still. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on your throat. Move your awareness to the throat liner, the bottom of your throat. Move your awareness to the jaws, the jaw minors, where they hinge in front of the ears. The heart, center of the chest. Keep taking long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the heart. Your awareness is on the heart. Move your awareness to the solar plexus, the area below your ribs. Your navel. The bottom of the tailbone, the basic chakra. Move your awareness to the area between your eyebrows. Bottom of your tailbone, the basic chakra. Oh, are we on that? Bottom tailbone.
But
Tell
then we went to the ocean and then we go to spring.
Okay, so put your awareness on the ajna, the area between the eyebrows. Yeah. Awareness is between the eyebrows. Move your awareness to the spleen. left-hand side below the ribs. You're on your spleen. Left-hand side below the ribs. Just be still, be aware, just let go. Just be still. Same oil. Next application, begin inhaling. Your awareness is between the eyebrows. Move your awareness to the spleen on the left-hand side below the ribs. Move your awareness to the back spleen. Your front heart. The back heart. The middle of your upper back between the shoulder blades. Your Mingmen, which is your low back area opposite your navel. Your front solar plexus, below the ribs, in the front side. Move your awareness to the back solar plexus, the mid back area. Move your awareness to the sex chakra, where the sex organs are. Move your awareness to the navel. Just be still, be aware, just completely let go. Just be still. Just be still. Just be still, be aware, maintain your stillness and awareness. If you're overwhelmed or it feels like a little too much, just be still as we do the cycle again. Otherwise, same oil. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is between your eyebrows, the ajna. Your spleen on the left-hand side below the ribs. Back spleen. Move your awareness from the front spleen to the back spleen. Your heart. The center of your chest. Your back heart, the area between your shoulder blades. Your Ming Men, the low back opposite the navel. Your front solar plexus, below the ribs. Your back solar plexus, the mid back area. Your sex chakra, where the sex organs are.
and your navel. Just be still, be aware, just let go. Just be still. Just maintain your stillness. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Gently move yourself around.
just reflect a few minutes on excuse me. Reflect a few moments on the things we started with in your life at the beginning of the day. Anybody want to share an experience or say how you feel? You can unmute or type in.
Well, my business stuff flew out of my head. It's gone. I spilled frankincense all over my holy t-shirt. Luckily, when I say holy, it's a t-shirt with holes, so it's okay. So I'm so very relaxed now.
Good, good, good.
Deep cleansing and experiencing energy. Thank you. Feels like the light is trying to pierce the shadow.
Yeah. Yeah, it does.
Yeah, go ahead, Paula.
Hey, Paula.
Hi. That was a great, yeah, piercing. That was a great word. The first, that first process, super resistant because I felt, well, I was using Snowbush and I felt this sharp resistance to it. There was so much, like almost expelling from like that trumpet flower. It was like, I don't know, there was just this really low resistance. And I actually got up and walked away and did a lot of other things. And I thought, you know what? I'm not sure I'm going to be able to do this today. And I came back for the second pattern. I used tuberose, and I tell you what, piercing it did, but it was sweet and it was soft and it was through the spinal column and it was right at like moving out into the universe, and just a lot of loving myself for seeing I could go to the lower state, but that's not where where my, you know, my place is, and some forgiveness and humbleness about it. So really, really powerful. Thank you.
I mean, it really does change the, like the concept of love, kind of, so to speak, you know, and, you know, I can really only say this for myself, you know, I can't really say it for somebody else. But, you know, when I think of the concept of love, I always think of it about, you know, other people. And when it starts to shift, you realize, like, or at least I did, oh, there's that self-love thing too. You know, like I just forget about it. Like I don't really think about it. And, you know, this one, I would say I have a similar experience. The first one can be a little rough. I think it's maybe a little bit different for everybody, but this one was a lot more gentle for me. And I noticed that it changed. It like erased a lot of these preconceived, like I have to do this, I have to do that, you know, and sometimes we're taught that, sometimes it's because of culture, sometimes it's society, it could be in the workplace. You know, I would say more it's probably the way we end up getting raised. And, you know, there's just these preconceived ideas of how we're supposed to be in the world. And This one in particular really changes that dynamic. It kind of frees you up a little bit, and it allows you to be more you and not some preconceived idea, you know. And so that idea of duty and responsibility, you know, it can really get ingrained in an individual. And when you step away from it, how do you not feel guilty about it? You know, because it's so, you're so conditioned for it. And the only way to truly be able to step away from these things and be okay with it is to really tap into that divine love, you know, not love from necessarily another individual, but just this thing that comes in regardless of however people see you or treat you or you know, give back to you, or you know, whatever it is. It's just this idea of this love aspect flowing through, and it's a really hard concept to grasp from your lower mind, but when it starts coming through, you know, you wrestle, at least my lower mind, that critical mind, really wrestles with it for a little bit, and then just kind of at some point just goes, I don't have enough juice in my legs. I just let go. And it starts flowing, and all of a sudden you notice you just start floating away from these things that you call duty or responsibility. And it doesn't mean that you don't take responsibility in the world or that there's not things that you're committed to doing, but it's the ones you choose. You know, every soul comes in with certain abilities and things that it needs to do in an incarnation, and it starts to be more about that rather than about, you know, what your parents say or what your boss says or what society says or your culture says. It gets to really be more personal, you know, and it can be very, very soft. You know, not always, but it can be. First one is usually a little rough, at least personally speaking. The first one we did, that can be a little rough.
When I look at the issues, I feel lots of compassion.
Yeah, compassion. And you know, to keep talking about what I was saying, is it's very interesting too, like when there's like difficulties or disagreements with other people, it's like it becomes easier to see from their perspective, and it does allow for more compassionate action. Sometimes the action doesn't change, but your motivations behind the action actually changes. And so it depends on situation to situation.
Monkey mind from first pattern to knocked out on last pattern.
Yeah.
So
You know,
I actually, yeah, I had a very similar experience to exactly what you're describing, Greg.
Mhm.
Where it and I'm kind of going through a very intense situation with the music community. Not something that I'm, you know, specifically involved in, but somebody that I have worked a lot with and I'm very close with was accused of doing some really awful things. And so it's just a whole.
We just kind of lost you there, Jackie.
My internet is not so great.
That's okay.
So yeah, you know, and before this, I really had come to a conclusion of what I knew that I needed to do for the situation and how I was going to react. And then as we did this, the oils, it was like I just continuously had more and more realizations of why this really was the best
Oh, good,
thing for me to do. And it
good, good,
was
good.
like just more and more, just like kept coming in and more, yeah, just reasons and realization.
Tremendous.
That was great.
Yeah,
Yes.
sorry about that. I'll try to make it
That's okay.
quick, but yeah, and so it's like it's very interesting now because I actually can see this entire situation with just a whole lot of love and really
Right.
see
Right.
just how much growth I'm experiencing from it and how much growth all these other people are going to experience from it, even if it's really hard for them right now.
Yeah.
And so it's like I'm actually almost joyful about the situation, which is
Mhm.
is weird, but also I feel no conflict about.
Good, good, good. I mean, so many times we're in situations where there's like kind of a preconceived idea of like how we should act or behave, or like that idea of duty or responsibility. But that's usually from a particular perspective. It's not from all the perspectives. And so that you go through and evaluate each situation for what it is. Yeah, good for you. There's a thing in like doing psychotherapy that's kind of the Buddhist perspective. There is no preconceived way of treating something. It's a case by case basis, because different people have different responses and process things differently. And, you really have to work with the individual. And this is just the other side of the coin where we're working with ourselves on a case by case basis, not using society or family or culture or whatever it is to dictate how we act and behave. Another way of saying is you're kind of waking up. You're realizing, like you said, and waking up in the situation, which is very nice.
We have a little bit of a little broader question.
Yeah.
You had been explaining in the beginning about seeing through glasses, then binoculars, and then a telescope, and going through these perceptions. You said the same thing for the spa retreat weekend.
Yeah.
How are what we're doing now working these perceptions different than what we did?
They're not different. They're just different pieces of it. We started with perception 1 and we just did perception 2. But it's a different piece of it.
They noticed that the patterns are different than what we did for the spa retreat, 7 perceptions. The only thing I said was we're working different aspects of the same perception.
Yeah, we're working different aspects. For us to do this class proper would probably, instead of a weekend, would probably take us about 10 days. So we're just going to do it in bits and pieces in some of these free classes and stuff.
And that's
Yeah, so Greg, wanted to report on a really interesting thing that happened. Are you hearing me?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I was thinking at the beginning about a really dear friend of mine, one of my oldest friends, who's going through radiation and immunotherapy for cancer. And I've been supporting him as much as I can and sending him things, and very much aware in my mind that I didn't expect anything back from it. And yet this little shadow piece came up that's like when I'm disappointed when I don't hear back.
Yeah.
It's like that little tiny piece.
That's
so that
super
really
normal.
It just crumbled.
Super normal.
And slipped away. But then this other weird thing happened. So while we were working, I was noticing that I had a little swollen place on the inside of my right ankle. And so while we were working, I was spraying it with going back and forth between antispasmodic and lymphatic flow. I had the weirdest visual distortion that I could actually see it opening up the lymph movement as it moved up my leg, and the lump disappeared.
Oh, tremendous.
But it sort of struck me that it was probably had a lot to do with the fact that, a congestion like that is often from the heart not being able to pump all the way to the extremities. And so as the heart opened up through that process, it opened up at a physical level, it opened up at a lymphatic level.
Yeah.
It's just really remarkable. But to watch that was just bizarre. It
Yeah.
was like
Oh,
watching
nice.
this river running underneath my skin.
Very good. Like the thing with that is the lymphatic system also is tied to breaking down thought processes or thought forms. And so, it probably hit you like, you were doing this process and doing that at the same time. It probably hit you pretty deep, like you said.
Yeah.
One of the things that we haven't talked about a whole bunch, but a really good, like when you're going through and doing that process, a really good thing if you want to augment that is a few drops of genuine sandalwood, taken internally, in a little bit of water or something. It actually is lymphatically a bit of a decongestant. And it's actually a decongestant to the veins and the lymphatic ducts. And so there's been times where, like, treating something myself, I just couldn't quite get it with the stuff that we were doing. Usually it works, but every once in a while there's something that doesn't work. And, I just augmented it with sandalwood. So the sandalwood really helped break down the lymphatic congestion and, along with everything else. And the venous congestion, which is, pulling of blood and things like that. And so the other thing that's very interesting about it is sandalwood is very, very cleansing to the energy body, and it helps refine the energy body and helps things to expel out. It kind of helps you to be more internally flexible. And so, that too allows for the thoughts and thought patterns to come out a little bit more easily.
Thank you so much. That's a great.
Yeah. Would augment your little practice there.
Fantastic. I will do that.
Yeah. Okay. So we could jump into another pattern, but I think I'm going to give you guys a bit of a break. And
Someone does want to really quick clarify
Yeah.
that sandalwood is taken internal.
yes, but make sure it's genuine sandalwood. And anything we sell is genuine, but some of the other sandalwoods on the market sometimes are, adulterated a bit. It's been an issue. Some of the areas actually it's completely synthetic actually. So you have to be careful where you get the sandalwood. But with that, let's go ahead and just break for lunch. Like we did 2 intense processes. We still are going to try to do a few more. So let's give you a break, sleep it off, walk it off, do whatever you got to do. And we'll come back at 1:30 Central Time. So an hour and a half break.
If I may ask real quick, this just came in. Are these the same or related to the 7 levels of perception Greg introduced us to in a stars crystal class?
Yeah, same thing. Yeah.
Can we augment one with the other using crystals and order
Yeah.
protocols together?
Yeah. Good call. Yeah.
Did you want to? That would just popped up.
Yeah, you can ask more questions if you want. We're doing great on time. I mean, these are intense. There's only so many we can do in a day. We're not going to do all 7, but we're going to probably knock out 5 or 6. So.
Is popular absolute okay for the next protocol for perception 3? I'm just gonna go on a limb and say, yeah, because there says popular.
Yeah,
also,
yeah, popular policy.
and absolute stronger. No?
It's a little different, but it still works.
How would it? Oh.
Yeah.
I think I'm
Yeah.
just biased on like the absolute.
Absolute is, I mean, the regular is nice. The absolute is nice too. They're very different sets. We're trying to access more of the absolute, but there's only a small amount made every year worldwide. So there's several things I'm trying to buy up. Everything that gets made, that's one of them.
But yeah, you guys can unmute yourself or we'll get Greg started. But
Okay, so we are going to number 3. The issue with number 3 can be on a small scale, you could say desire, but the desire will turn to devotion, and then devotion will turn to fanaticism, fanatical thinking. And so, or fanatical commitments to things. There's 7 different rays, and the one ray that's really predisposed to this is ray 6, and I'm talking about soul rays. And it's the soul ray of love and devotion. And the tendency for that is, the negative tendency is fanaticism. So when you have the soul ray and then also you're stuck in that perception, you have a double whammy of potential fanaticism. And so a lot of the population is actually ray 6, a lot of the general population. And so without going into details of who's who and what's what, I think if you sat and thought about it, you could see it through different eyes, but just super fanatical thinking. So with that, the blend is Buddha Mind, but single oils, jasmine, helichrysum, tolu balsam, poplar balsam, any issues with oils? Okay. So let's have you just take a moment and revisit some of the things that we were thinking about at the very beginning of the day. Okay, so we're just touching in with these things. Notice how you feel physically, emotionally, mentally. Okay, here we go. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is between your eyebrows with the ajna. Yeah, you better flip for it. Oh, it is. No, let's move your awareness to the throat. Your awareness is on your throat. Move your awareness to the throat minor, the bottom of the throat. Go to your cheek minors, the cheeks, under each cheekbone. Go to your jaws where they hinge in front of the ears. Go to the ears themselves. The holes in your ears.
Your back heart, the area between your shoulder blades. You're still on your back heart. Your front solar plexus. The area below your ribs. Awareness is on your front solar plexus, below your ribs. Long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness to the back solar plexus.
Just be still, be aware, just let go. Okay, let's go again. Between the eyebrows, the ajna. Move your awareness to the throat. Go to the throat minor, the bottom of the throat. Go to your cheeks, under your cheekbones, the cheek minors. The jaws, where they hinge in front of the ears. the ears themselves, the holes in your ears. The back heart. Your awareness is still on your back heart. The front solar plexus, below your ribs on the front side. Your front solar plexus, below the ribs. Still on your front solar plexus. Move to your back solar plexus, the mid back area. Awareness is on your back, solar plexus. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths. Just be still, be aware, just let go. Just be still, be aware, just let go. Let it incubate for a moment. Beginning healing again. This time, the next application, you're starting with your ajna, the area between your eyebrows. Move your awareness to the spleen on the left-hand side below the ribs. Move to the back side, opposite the front. That spleen area, go to the direct back side. Your heart, the center of your chest. back heart, area between your shoulder blades. Your Mingmen, the low back area opposite your navel. Your front solar, below the ribs on the front side. Move your awareness to the back solar. The middle of your back. The sex chakra.
to your navel. Awareness is on your navel. Just be still. Be still, be aware, just let go. Just be still, be aware. Let's begin again. Same application, same oil. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is between your eyebrows on the ajna. Your spleen on the left-hand side below the ribs. Your back spleen. Opposite where you're at, now on the back side. The heart. Awareness is on your front heart. Move your awareness to the back heart between your shoulder blades. Your awareness is on the back heart. Go over to your low back area opposite your navel, known as the Ming Men. Your solar plexus, under your ribs, on your upper abdomen. Your back solar plexus, mid back area. Move your awareness to the sex chakra, where the sex organs are.
navel. Your awareness is on your navel. Just let go. Let go of everything. Contemplate the things that we started off with at the beginning of the day. The things in your life that you thought about, think about them now. Go ahead and share feedback or let me know how you're doing. Feel free to unmute or type it.
Yeah, go ahead, Tracy.
So you're right. Poplar Absolute different than Poplar Blossom because I went and got the Poplar Blossom halfway through,
Mhm.
and then did the whole routine.
Mhm.
The Poplar Blossom was very uplifting, and the Absolute was a little, I don't know, it just did something different, and I can't really.
Mhm.
I feel good though.
Yeah, good. How do you feel about the stuff that we start thinking about at the beginning of the day?
Stuff.
Yeah, okay.
I'm not sure what that was.
Yeah, well, that's good coming from you. I mean, you've had a rough year and a half or 2 years or so. So I'm sure that some of it had to do with some of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, good.
I got to class late too, so I didn't spend a lot of time.
That's okay.
I thought about my friend that I hadn't talked to that were estranged because of
Mhm.
political and everything, and I started empathizing with her more
Mm.
just throughout it.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice.
You might have knocked everybody else out.
Yeah. It's pretty intense. How about we'll give everybody a break and then we'll come back and talk about how you feel. Come back at 20 to come back at a quarter till. We'll give you a little extra time. Hey everybody, come on back.
And let's go ahead and share some experiences, or if you have questions, or
Someone shared, I feel kind of floaty. I think
Yeah.
it's still in process.
I would agree with that.
There was a brief succession of faces. One I recognized as a deity. When we started with the sinus pattern, my right ear canal felt strange, like it was expanding from the inside out.
Mm.
There was a slight burning sensation for a while. I was reminded of the expression, if your ears are burning, someone is talking more like grinding about you. A fanatical person came to mind.
That's pretty funny.
My program feels shimmering with light. Feeling much better after the break.
Yeah, like these are very intense practices, and we're really shifting around mostly the emotional body, but it still affects your physiology and your mental body somewhat. But it's a lot of emotional patterns.
Go ahead, Peggy.
Yeah, I'll think of something and do one of the patterns while we're doing it, and all of a sudden I forget what I was thinking about.
Yeah,
It's like
yeah.
totally removes the emotion. It's wonderful.
Yeah.
My question for the minute, could you explain the protocol just a tiny bit, like why we start here and go to the nose or ears, or it was so different.
Yeah, it's each one's different, and the oils change it quite a bit too. You know, we're working the pattern, and you know, sometimes it has a physiological impact or an emotional impact, and that one's, you know, in a way calming down some of our the one we just did, calming down some of our reactions and our gut, you know, the second brain that's in the gut. And so you can do that different ways, but usually through that pattern that's actually the sinus pattern. And, you know, we weren't working on the respiratory tract, but we were impacting the second brain via the respiratory tract.
Okay, thank you.
So it's like a way of calming down that brain in your gut. You know, because it's not really about thinking something out. It's more just about like reacting to something. You know, a lot of times these are even things that were pre-verbal, so to speak. You know, you really couldn't verbalize them because you weren't really thinking them out, you were feeling them out. And so, you know, emotions play a big impact on us. And so, you know, they're part of the world of formation in Kabbalistic teachings. And so it's how things physicalize or are blocked from physicalizing.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Yeah, you're so.
I feel better than when we started, but still pretty agitated. My brain and body seem confused. Mentally, I feel pretty calm. Emotionally, not very reactive, but body and part of my brain feel really agitated.
Is this the one that keeps saying monkey mind?
Mm-mm.
Different ones. Can you give me a little bit more detail? Is it about something in particular, or you just feel agitated, non-specific? Mhm.
Not specific, but non-specific agitation.
And is there anything going on that maybe you're not thinking of it, but is there anything going on in your life for the last couple of months that could be agitating it?
Kind of abstract feeling. They checked that before.
Mhm.
definitely stuff going on.
Could be tied to that, but sometimes we're shifting something even bigger than the immediate situations. And so, you know, you're think of it like this, you're pulling out a strategy that kind of in a way probably wasn't working for you, but it was still a strategy, you know. It wasn't thought out. It's usually reactionary in nature. And so you're pulling it out, and it allows you to recalibrate, but there's a little period of time where it can be a little bit agitating. You know, one of my teachers, you know, Imaho, which I think a lot of you guys have met, is, you know, every time he talked about like having deeper levels of realization, it was never like sitting peaceful and meditating. You know, when he first became realized, he was getting beaten by police officers, which I find that ironic. And he went to go see this, you know, he saw a lot of different like big teachers and different traditions. And there's this one teacher who for this tradition was kind of considered like the big guy in this tradition. It's a type of Buddhism. And he said sitting in the presence of that guy, you know, up until he got there, he was just, man, life was just peaceful and good and easy, and everything was flowing. And, you know, he just had this quiet, simple life. And he went to see this teacher, and, you know, he was sitting by the teacher and looking at the teacher. And as he sat there, he became more and more and more and more neurotic. He just kept getting more neurotic, more neurotic. You know, these are his words, like he uses the word neurotic. And so he kept getting more and more neurotic. And then at some point, the teacher looked over at him and he said, the neuroses came to a massive head. You know, he was losing it. And then all of a sudden it just kind of passed. And when he got up and started to walk outside, all these different people from different areas who he didn't know started asking him to come to their area to do workshops. That's when he actually became a teacher. Not saying that getting agitated means you're going to become a teacher, but like sometimes what happens is before a big breakthrough, it's the dark night of the soul. It feels a little agitated. It feels a little uncomfortable. And so when it's peaceful, good. And when it's not peaceful, that's still good. You know, it's kind of like a no judgment approach. There's times where I've made shifts and they've been just soft and sweet and beautiful. But most times, I'd say I go kicking and screaming. Like I really, they're usually not very pleasant, you know. All kinds of weird things will happen. I'll get agitated, I'll get real sleepy for a long period of time. I'll you know, there's all kinds of things that will happen. And, you know, it's usually just not too comfortable, and then it shifts and things feel better. And so I would say that, like, if you can, just sit with it and don't feel the need to make it go away. Just kind of observe it. And that actually kind of leads into what we're about to do, this next one. So, yeah, hang in there.
When I thought of the issue, I was aware of the effects of the negative behavior. I mean, the consequences, but it was without judgment.
Yeah. The more we can get to no judgment about whatever's happening, the better. Because even the peaceful feelings pass. The neurotic ones pass. I'm laughing. I was like, I hope they pass. You know, I'm in a little bit of one myself. And so, you know, no judgment either way, good or bad.
just, you know, it's just a thing.
Is feeling uncharacteristically distracted or unfocused related to a shift?
Yeah, you're probably shifting and a little bit spacing. Yeah, it's first shifting parts of your emotional body, but then eventually it shifts your brain in the way you think. And so you're kind of a little bit out of sorts.
I'm so much less reactive.
Good for you.
Yeah, it was around people experiencing heavy emotions
Mhm.
and emitting negative energy.
Yeah, yeah.
Mhm. The mean girl in me is not going to like letting go of judgment. That will put her out of work.
I'm sure we can find some work for her somewhere. Okay, so now we're stepping into number 4. And this is really tied, it's starting to tie things together. And you know, when we start to define ourselves in a way that is us defining ourselves instead of the things that happen, society, our family, our culture, the things that have happened, you know, all these things kind of define us for a little while. But as we shed the layers, we start finding ourselves. And as we start to define ourselves, we're starting to sit in the middle, you know, walk the middle path of the opposites that, you know, start in segment 1, perception 1, right? And so instead of there being just 2, now there starts to be 3. There's spirit and matter, and then there's also a space in between, you know, or structure and essence, however you want to say it, soul and form. There starts to be the space in between. And you know, sometimes when we go through and define ourselves, or we start to find some new aspects of ourselves, we kind of swing on this pendulum, so to speak. You know, we're happy, we're elated, we're full of joy, and then after a while, things might not be working out the way we wanted or thought they should or whatever, or they're just taking longer, and there starts to be despair and maybe a little depression. You know, the pendulum keeps swinging from one direction to the next. You know, you feel super spiritual, and then boom, you feel like doing nothing but having fun and, you know, whatever. And so this starts to be more about walking the middle path. And if you think about what higher creativity is, it is, you know, on one level you could say it's the ability to harmonize the higher energies coming in with the environment or the lower natures that are present. But if you go deeper, it is really being able to sit in that space between essence and form, not getting too caught up in the form, and then this new experience of essence, which is wonderful, but you know, we still are going to end up in form sometimes, and sometimes we want to get away from the form. We want to step away. We don't want to have to evolve it anymore. We don't want to have to do that dance anymore. And this starts to be more about the middle path, where you're just sitting in that space between the essence and the form. You know, the pendulum stops swinging. It stops swinging to the extremes. You know, it stops swinging to the ultimate right, to the ultimate left, to the ultimate right, to the ultimate left. You know, and sometimes people think the spiritual path is accumulating a bunch of information and then choosing the right path, or choosing the right direction, or making the right choice. And it's more about sitting in that space in between the essence and the form. It's going beyond the duality of the mind.
the mind sees things, sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad, sometimes it's nice, sometimes it's not, sometimes it's pleasurable, sometimes it hurts, whatever it is, you're going past that. It really starts to be in a place that's, you could say no judgment, but I would say more non-reactiveness. I like that better, because there's still times where you have to judge, like, this is safe, this is not, this is good. But it's more of just being able to be non-reactive and being able to sit in that middle path or that middle space. So you could say this is very Buddhist, this is very esoteric Christian, this is very esoteric Hindu, this is very esoteric Jewish or Kabbalistic in nature, Muslim, however you want to say it. This is very esoteric or inner practice. Okay, so with that, the blend is compassion. The oils would be acacia, sandalwood, Gurjam balsam, or cistus.
Could you repeat those? Because that was on bridge.
Acacia, sandalwood, Gurjam balsam, cistus, or the blend compassion.
Last time we had to blend bridge, so it's not bridge.
You could use bridge too, but compassion is strong.
Is there a hierarchy of choices?
Compassion is the strongest. Acacia would probably be the second strongest. I like that hierarchy of oils. That was nice. Okay, so we're going to begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the sex chakra. Keep inhaling with your awareness on the sex chakra. Move your awareness to the bottom of the tailbone, the basic chakra. On the bottom of the tailbone, the basic chakra. Go to your Ming Men, which is your low back area opposite the navel. Your awareness is on your Ming Men, your low back area opposite your navel. Move your awareness to the kidneys. You're still on the kidneys. Now you're going to go to the floor of the pelvis, which is also known as the perineum or perineum, between the sex organs and the anus, the floor of the pelvis.
Just be still, be aware, just let go. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on the sex chakra, the sex organs. The bottom of your tailbone, the basic chakra. The bottom of the tailbone. Your Ming Men, which is your low back area, opposite your knee. Move your awareness to the kidneys.
Your awareness is on your kidneys. Move to the floor of your pelvis, the perineum, or the perineum. Just be still, be aware, just let go. Keep your eyes closed and just let go. Just be still. Begin inhaling again. This time your awareness is between your eyebrows, the ajna. Still inhaling on the area between your eyebrows, the ajna. Move down to the spleen on the left-hand side below your ribs. Move to the back spleen. So just where you're at, push through your body to the back side. Your front heart, the center of your chest. Go to your back heart. The area between your shoulder blades. All right. Move to the Ming Men, your low back area opposite your navel. Move to your solar plexus, the area below your ribs on your upper abdomen. Your back solar, the middle of your back. sex chakra, where the sex organs are. And the navel. Just be still, be aware, just let go. Just letting go, completely let go. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on the ajna. Move your awareness to the spleen, left hand side below the ribs.
the back spleen. Directly opposite of where you're at, just push through the body and go to the back side. Your heart. Move your awareness to the back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. Down to your low back area, opposite the navel, known as the Ming Men. Move your awareness to the solar, below the ribs on your upper abdomen. Your back solar,
the mid back area. Your awareness is on the back shoulder, the mid back area. Move your awareness to the sex chakra. Move your awareness to the navel. Just be still, be aware, just completely let go. Set the bottle down and just completely let go. Just be still. I'm going to chant a mantra again. Just be still. Om Ahu Vajra Guru Padme Si Mu.
Om Ahum Vajra Guru Padme Si Om Om Ahum Vajra Guru Padme Si Om. Om Ahum Vajra Guru Padme Si Om.
Wiggle your fingers, wiggle your toes, wiggle your brains. Let's go ahead and before we start talking, we'll just let you have a little bit of time to process this. So we'll take a break and come back at 10 after the hour. So it gives you a little bit of a long break and get some rest, walk around, get a snack. We'll come back and talk about how you feel in your experiences. And then we'll do another one. Everybody, come on back. Let's share our experiences before we get rolling into the next one.
Yeah, go ahead, Barbara.
Hey, Miss Barbara.
Hey there.
Hee.
So at the beginning, for the first time, I noticed my body was getting fidgety. And I wasn't sure.
Really? Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was beginning of some resistance or if it was just not moving around enough.
A couple of things can happen, like when you get on something, you either get really sleepy or you get agitated. Like, so either extreme, I would say you're on something.
Okay.
I mean, these are very, very deep, and you're really re-educating, like I said, the emotional body, but we're getting closer and closer where it's starting to hit some of the mental components. And we're not going to get to the last two because they really they're much more involved because they go up into the mental body. A little bit harder to deal with. It takes more steps to deal with them. And so even the one we're about to do, has an extra step.
Okay.
So when the mental body starts coming in, there can be physical resistances, but there starts to be some of the mental resistances, because your mind is kind of coordinated things the way that works for it, and you're rearranging it. And so it's not always happy about what's happening. It will be like in a day or two or a week or something, but like in the moment, that can happen actually even with deep meditation.
Yeah.
You come out of it and it's like, yeah, I should be feeling good, but I'm feeling actually pretty agitated. That was my meditation life for like the first 3 or 4 years. I was like, everybody talks about inner peace. All I'm having is inner agitation. Like I just couldn't do it, but it was rearranging my mental body.
So I had almost forgotten about the agitation sitting at the end because it went really deep.
Yeah.
And I realized that things are falling away, like whether you call it the conditioning or the armor or the subterfuge or the rationales, they're falling away. And I was left with what felt like a more genuine version of me, although I even hate to use the word me because I think me was more associated with the stuff that seemingly fell away. So it was...
I can't remember, in your tradition, do you use a purba?
You've asked me that a couple times. It is.
Have I really? Yeah. I never remember what you say.
It's used, but I've never been trained in it.
Okay. So you say you could use the purba to accelerate the process. We're just gonna have to teach something for the Dorje and purba.
I got my Dorje. I don't have a purba.
Yeah. Let me think about how to make this work, and we'll maybe combine it with Plant Prana and Astara all at once, and we'll do like a little free thing, maybe even during the week sometime. It'll be at least a few weeks out, but we'll do it at some point. We'll try to do it in the next 2 or 3 weeks. So maybe when we're in Alabama, we can do that.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and so the purba would accelerate it. Yeah. The Dorje.
I felt like a different person at the end of that, like just so much fell away. Perceptions were just felt cleaner.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's the thing with the purba, where the little axe, the kartika, I mean, you just cut stuff away as it pops up. And so, yeah, well, I think we got a bunch of like really super inexpensive purbas for Astara. And, you know, we have some nicer ones too, but I mean, the purba you can get by with just inexpensive. I mean, sometimes they're only like $20 or something. So we'll get them out. So when we announce it, I'll teach you guys how to use the purba and the dorje maybe right off the bat.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, it goes hand in hand with the oils. I mean, I use the purba all the time. All the time. I have a half dozen purbas. I use purbas more than I use the wand.
I've noticed you did. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
So.
Someone shared, I received clarity surrounding my childhood way of thinking.
Nice. God, good for you.
I have to have it. It belongs all to me. This still lives in me, buried till now in this experience. For example, I denied myself to feel angry when my dad was not at all mine, or I had to share.
Right.
Accepting my childish feelings now released the now acknowledged anger, fear, sad out of my cell memory.
Yeah.
I see this childish way is not useful anymore. And to feel the feelings I denied in order to be good is a wonderful experience.
Hey, this is a great day for you. Like that is an amazing experience. I mean, those are the kinds of days that when something like that happens, boy, those are the days I cherish, you know? Yeah, because a lot of days you go through, you clean up and like, you're like, I feel a little better. And then you have the big realization, and those days are so awesome.
Another shared, I had the experience of extreme sleepiness similar to getting anesthesia.
Mm.
At one point, I gave up holding the bottle since it kept on dropping.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been there. Okay. Well, we are going to go into, this is probably going to be our last one. We might do a little meditation at the end. The sixth one is very involved. 6 and 7 are complicated, but this one's a little bit complicated, but we made it as simple as possible. So single oils, you're with your aloes, neroli, blood orange, nartji, kava kava or angelica, and then the blend is spasmophilia. So this one's a little bit interesting. It's a little bit harder to explain. This is where when you're able, excuse me, when you're able to cultivate the positive aspect, you're really developing the mental ability to insulate and isolate. And this is like usually negative thought forms, negative ways of thinking, or ways of thinking that you kind of have outgrown. You know, they're not serving you anymore. They're usually patterns that you're not super conscious of, and as you become aware of them, for me, they're usually a little bit upsetting. You know, I'm upset that I was thinking that way for a period of time. And you know, the idea of increasing soul contact, you know, we feel like it's going to flush these thought processes out. But a lot of times the soul energy acts as fertilizer. And
makes them actually stronger. And so there's a little bit of a misconception sometimes that if you just increase soul contact, everything gets flushed out. But still, the mental faculty has to clean things up a little bit. And so it's tied to this perception. You know, it's the part of the perception of the mind and still a little bit of the emotional body, where you're recognizing things and recognizing like, this has to go and I have to put effort into making it go. You know? So it's really starts to be about like, I recognize this thought pattern, and isolation and insulation just means it's a fancy way of saying, I'm not going to engage this thought process. I see it popping up, and just because it's in my head doesn't mean it gets to walk on stage. Doesn't get to be part of my main focus. You know, so you're aware of it, but you're not suppressing it, but you're not engaging it. So it's just to be clear, it's not suppression. It's not about making it go away. It's letting it just slowly wind itself down. You know, basically you're starving it. We feed it all the time with the way we engage it. But if you stop engaging it, at some point it just dies and falls away. And so it could be any number of thought processes, but for right now, we'll just make it non-specific. Okay, so everybody has a choice. Yeah. Okay, so this one's in a little bit slightly different order, and there's 3 applications instead of 2. Okay, so let's go ahead and begin. Your awareness is on your ajna, the center between your eyebrows.
Just checking, is spasmophilia strongest or is that stronger?
The strongest is probably high-end aloes. Second would be spasmophilia. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to beat high-end aloes, but yeah. So your awareness is on your ajna, the area between your eyebrows. Your awareness is still on your ajna, the area between your eyebrows. Move your awareness to the spleen, left-hand side below the ribs. Your awareness is on the spleen. Push through the body to the backside, the back spleen. The heart, the center of your chest. Awareness is on your heart. Move your awareness to the back heart, the area between your shoulder blades. Your awareness is on your back heart. Move your awareness to the Mingmen, the low back area opposite your navel. Your front solar plexus, under your ribs, on your upper abdomen, your solar plexus. Move your awareness to the back solar plexus. Still inhaling on the back solar plexus. Move your awareness to the sex chakra, where the sex organs are. Your navel. Just be still, be aware. Just be still. Your eyes closed. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is between your eyebrows, the ajna. Your awareness is on your spleen, on the left-hand side below the ribs. Your awareness is on your spleen on the left-hand side. Your back spleen. Push through the body to the back side. The heart. The back heart, the area between your shoulder blades. Ming Men, which is your low back opposite your navel. Move your awareness to your solar plexus. Move your awareness to the back solar plexus. Put your awareness on your sex chakra, where the sex organs are. And your navel. Just be still, be aware. Just let go. Maintain your stillness, maintain your awareness. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your crown, the top of your head. The right sole of your foot. Continue to inhale the right sole of your foot. The left palm of your hand. Your awareness is on your right palm. The left sole of your foot. The crown.
Just let go. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on the crown. Right soul. The left palm. Move your awareness to the right palm. The left sole of your foot.
crown. Just be still, be aware, just let go. Let go of everything, just let go. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on the crown. The left sole of your foot. The right palm of your hand. the left palm of your hand. At the left palm of your hand. The right sole of your foot. Your crown. Your awareness is on your crown. Just let go. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your crown. Your awareness is on the left sole of your foot. the right palm of your hand, the right palm of your hand, the left palm of your hand, your awareness is on the left palm of your hand, the right sole of your foot, you're on the right sole of the foot, your crown, the top of your head. Maintain your stillness. Maintain your awareness. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your throat. Move your awareness to the bottom of your throat, the throat liner. The back of the throat, the middle of the back of your neck. Move your awareness up to the jaws where they hinge in front of the ears. Your temples. Move to the back of your head. Move to your forehead. Just let go. Let go of everything. Just let go. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the soles of your feet. Move your awareness to the Ming Men, which is your low back, opposite the navel. Your awareness is on the back heart. Your awareness is on your back heart. Move your awareness to the top of your head. Just be still, be aware, just let go. There's something that's bothering you or you're having difficulty with, be it that it's current or from the past, bring it to your attention now. Just be still, be aware. We're going to do a little healing as well. Keep your eyes closed. Just be still, keep your eyes closed.
Yehovah, Elohim, Bada, Idonai, Malku, Yod, He, Vah, Yod, He, Yod. Om Nur Bhuva Swa Tat Savitur Varenyam Bargo Devasha Dhimahi Diyo Yona Prachodayat. Om. Gently wiggle your fingers, wiggle your toes. Take a few minutes and just move around for a bit. How do you guys feel? Take a moment, share your experience or how you feel.
Go ahead, Tracy.
That one was really intense, and my body aches.
Mm,
And
that's lymphatic. You're trying to kick stuff off. Do
do like a lymphatic bath or take a couple drops of lemongrass internally. Or if you can't shake it, try taking sandalwood internally.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. The only issue with sandalwood is it's a bit of a diuretic.
Okay. Thank
But it's a really good lymphatic decongestant. It's a good venous tonic. It's a good, just like general blockages in the lymphatic system, it will break it up.
Thank you.
You tend to get achy with this kind of stuff, yeah?
Yeah, like I started yawning a whole lot and then
Yeah. Try taking the sandalwood and still do lymphatic stuff, but try taking the sandalwood internally.
I think I only have sandalwood and saffron together. I don't know that I have a sandalwood.
That does something different, yeah.
Yeah.
Try taking a few drops of helichrysum.
Okay. I can do that.
Someone said, very calm and serene. Another, I fell asleep during the expansion pattern that felt so deep. I thought I slept for 8 hours. It was only 10 minutes.
Yeah. Remember I said it's like they get aggressive. The other two that we're not doing today would take up almost the whole day. We'll do them at some point, but
I can't tell how I feel.
yeah, beautiful. How about people with, like, if you had something that was bothering you or something, how are you feeling with the stuff with the breast?
I feel kind inside.
Feel kind? Oh, that's very nice.
It's towards me.
Yeah. So somebody here says she feels better. She said she feels kind inside.
Someone shared very relaxing and the healing was for ?
Anything goes. Sometimes it's specific. Sometimes it's none of my business. This is one of those that's none of my business.
OMG, thank you so much.
Yeah, it was a nice way to spend a Saturday, yeah?
I used the Aloe C.
Oh, nice.
What does C stand for?
Oh, it's the grade, the grade. C's the decently priced, the aloes gets really crazy. The B is a bit more expensive, but the A and the A plus, it's crazy priced. We're actually working with, there's not a lot of people that use aloes, first off. So you guys are kind of like cutting edge. There's a lot of aloes in a lot of the different blends. And we're working on trying to get a bunch of variations of aloes in the next several months from a person who is like one of the top aficionados in the trade. So we're teaming up, and I'm going to try to get about another 6 or 7 different kinds. So there'll be a whole bunch of different price ranges, so we can possibly bring the prices down. There's not much of the material to begin with, but the grade C, I think we've bought up everything that's been produced. We're checking into it, but I think we've pretty much bought up everything. This one distiller who makes it work for the world, we've bought up his distillation for the year. I mean, it was a lot too. It was like 5 kilos.
Someone said, I felt a big shift in energy, happened to open my eyes, and Greg was using the Purba.
Yeah. Yeah, and you know, we keep talking about it, and I keep saying, yeah, we'll do it sometime. We're going to do it sometime soon. Tonight or tomorrow, we're going to look at the schedule, and we'll put it on the book. So I'm going to teach you how to use a Dorje and a Purba. And if you don't have it, you can sit and look at it. It'll be a video. It's going to be a free little thing that we do. And, you know, we'll even talk about like types and things to look for. And so, you know, we'll just go from there. There's a lot of different ways that you can do things with like how things you can use as a Purba and how to use a Purba. So
The healing was fantastic. I felt the old pattern leaving.
yeah.
I heard, as I allow it to be removed, it will be removed from my whole family.
Oh, nice. I mean, you're breaking up emotional patterns, and sometimes we've inherited these patterns. You know, they're like behavioral patterns or energy patterns. They're not so much in our genetics, but our energetic genetics, so to speak. You know, we just pick up on things that end up going on for generations.
What are the patterns for perception 6 and 7?
They're pretty complicated. We'll actually tackle it all in probably another 1-day class. I mean, it will take us a whole day to get through.
The different grades of aloes smell differently?
Oh yeah, very different. Different, they come from different regions and the different grades. Aloes is the most expensive essential oil on the market. It's also the most adulterated. So, you know, we go through a lot of steps. Like right now we have one tested that's, you know, we bought it from this distiller and he monkeyed with it. And so instead of getting a lawyer, we're just gonna have it tested at a lab so that we can send it back. But, you know, when we're not sure, we test. So there's a couple people that do the testing sometimes before I get it. So, but even, you know, there's aloes malas that are made out of different grades of wood. And then there's aloes incense. You know, there's a whole scene of aloes incense, be it chips or the sticks, different grades of that as well. Aloe for esoteric or spiritual practitioners, it's one of the best plant tools you can use. You know, there's a handful of them, but that's definitely one of them.
I was calm and happy, but the last one brought up some negativity, but then the healing dissolved everything. And I feel amazing, purified, calm, blissful.
Good.
Thank you.
I want you to know it's, we're just doing 1 day, and I just wanted to make sure that you guys had a nice weekend. So I just thought, well, got a little extra time, let's just clean you up and flush out whatever's up and about. So.
What is in the blend for Buddha Mind and Sharanaga tea?
Have to look up. So the Sharanaga tea is Damascus rose, Egyptian geranium, palmarosa, spikenard, melissa, frankincense, and tuberose. And Buddha Mind is Buddha Mind is Yeah, I have two versions of it. The newer version is poplar balsam, rose, jasmine, helichrysum, petitgreen, blue lotus, and tolu balsam.
Cutting edge sometimes feels like potentially bleeding edge.
Well put.
Someone's asking if you'll hold up the purba so she can see what it looks like. And I'll let you know that's in the screen. Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you.
This one's about 300 years old. 350 years old. You know, the old ones, the really old ones, usually came out of temples. So they pack quite the punch. You know, it's more than just the tool, it's the energy that the tool, you know, has been impregnated with.
Someone said in process.
Yeah.
Lots of thank yous. What is the function of the cheek minor, jaw, temple, back minor? I think they're referring to the back throat minor chakra, all connected to brain.
Brain, and sometimes it's just to decongest the head. I mean, it depends on what oil we're doing it with. Sometimes it's just decongestion, you know, etheric decongestion. But you know, the throat and the back throat are very connected, and sometimes the back throat's even stronger than the throat. And the jaws are an extension of the throat. The temples heavily impact the forehead and the ajna, you know, your prefrontal cortex, and even to a certain extent the amygdala. The back head has to do with how you process information. So pretty important with that one as well.
Is Greg going to offer any class with all this upper minor chakras, forehead chakra with brain waves?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
Yeah, we already did the forehead. Oh yeah, like we are doing for the heart. Yeah, we already did the forehead. So he's going through,
I think, yes.
So we've already done the forehead, and we're doing the whole tree of life. So that one was called
The Secrets of the Pineal Gland.
Yeah, Hidden Secrets of the Pineal Gland was the forehead. And so we don't have any that are cheek minor, all those minor chakra ones. I think maybe that's what you're asking.
Yeah, we're going to be using the brainwaves in a lot of different ways. And so if you're just talking about that pattern, with that cranial pattern, I'm sure it will be worked into something at some point, but we don't just fire through it all with the brainwaves just to do it. Yeah, I think that's what you're asking.
Oh, yeah, I think they were, because they asked, so in pineal gland all are covered, and no, but I think you answered, we don't just.
Yeah, we're not just hitting those. Got to be kind of a little bit careful with the brainwave pattern. So you notice when we use them sparingly. They're pretty potent.
You're talking the patterns that we're in, or the kit?
The kit.
Yeah, the brainwave oils,
Yeah.
right?
Mm-hmm.
That was the first time I felt my energy nerves in my face, cheeks with the cranial pattern.
Very nice.
More thank yous. Looking forward to Purba and George.
Yeah.
They say the better the aloes wood, Mel's have a stronger scent, question mark.
I'm sorry,
They
what's that?
say the better aloes would, I don't know if it's supposed to say Mel's, may have a stronger scent.
Stronger and sometimes different. It hits the upper centers pretty hard, especially the pineal gland, and the stronger, the higher grade aloes just impacts that much stronger to a much higher degree. And so, it has a lot to do with detachment and falling away and making space for new things to come in. In Buddhism, you would say, like, trying to be the empty cup, so that you're practicing emptiness, but at the same time filling up with, the divine.
Oh,
So aloes helps with that.
They say the better aloes wood malas have a stronger scent. The malas, thanks for clarifying.
Yeah, they have some scent, and the energy that they emanate is much stronger. I have a few different grades, and it's noticeable when you put on the higher grade. There's some that actually aren't that expensive, but the really high-end ones, they're pricey. Not crazy price, but starting to be crazy.
Do the malas activate the pineal gland?
Yeah. The pineal and up a little higher. Up about 12 inches above your head, there's another point, and it activates that as well.
Okay, guys, hope I got all your questions and responses. Thank you guys so much.
And to all the fathers out there, happy Father's Day.
Mhm.
And to Sam, happy birthday. Her birthday's Monday.
Happy birthday, Sam.
Happy
Thank
birthday.
you.
Sam.
Happy birthday, Sam.
Happy birthday, Sam.
If I could carry a tune, I would sing, but I'll spare you.
Happy birthday, Sam.
Thank you so much, guys.
Well, thanks for spending Saturday with us, you guys. Love you guys.
Hey.
We love you all. Thanks.
Thank you, Greg and Sam.
Yeah.
Sweet Saturday.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, we love you. Happy birthday.
Love you.
Happy birthday.
Enjoy your birthday. Thank you.
Hey, happy birthday, Sam.
Thank you.
Hey,
Don't
thanks.
eat too much cake.
Too late.
Yeah, somebody said too late.
Thanks, Greg. Thanks, Sam.
Yes,
Love you
sir.
both. Happy
Love you
birthday,
guys.
Sammy.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Greg.
You bet.